Great. Welcome back, y'all. This is hopefully going to be the last stream for the Dusty Numbers problem, because there's a good chance we have it totally solved for redstone blocks, so knowing exactly how many redstone dust you can attach to a single redstone block as a source of power. But we have not applied what we learned to the lever, and that's pretty much done, so yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do today. Let's take a shot at the lever. Hey, what's up, Chris? Welcome in. How's your morning going? Or if it's not morning, wherever you are. So probably the first thing we're going to want to do here is to make a wider grid for the lever. So probably want to go copy this thing over to where we're going to be working on the lever version. Bring this over. Because lever adds a few weird things, like the top loses a lot of its symmetry. And the bottom is going to have a weird too wide stretch that disrupts the regular checkerboard that we've been building on. Right. Go ahead and use the game's music. At some point I gotta figure out how the whole copyright music thing works. Okay. Put this down here. Yep, looks good. And then copy. That's gonna be weird. We have to do two clones for this to work. Take this guy. And this is our corners. Then back it up one, clone it in here. Nice. Yeah, that should work just fine. Then we move this down one. And yeah, fill the top back up with air. Oops. Okay. So this is the last layer of supporting blocks for power emitted by a lever. It's going to end up being a little different than power emitted from a single source block. Yeah, that's about right. And then we did some testing to figure out yeah, okay, so there's a decision we have to make with the lever that didn't actually matter for the redstone block as a source. Actually, I guess there is still one more thing I want to check with the redstone block as a source, which is that, so we had a few, odd chests in the bottom two layers, but then we also had this ring around the very bottom of chests, and these are blocks that could be reached from the side of the source power if we were to wire it directly downwards using this diagonal of glass instead of this upper diagonal of stone. But if we were to lower this stone ladder down by 2 blocks, it would cut off more of the bottom layer than we saved if we did it everywhere. Then what we found is that we can use some kind of weird thing where we give the sides priority, say going like north-south, or what is this? Hey, yeah, north-south. to reach this bottom ring, and then give the underside priority in the east-west direction. Okay. Yeah, so I think let's make a clone of this real quick. We only need a fourth of it to demonstrate this. So grab that order. I can just drop it down here. Okay. We just gotta show quick that there's no way to get rid of this ring of chests. Like, for instance, we could try to hit a few more of them by adding another kind of dendril, like here and here. But as soon as we do that, so yeah, now we can reach 2 more chests. However, we have cut off we've cut off 3 blocks underneath. So the total wasn't worth it, I think. So that can't be reached, that can't be reached, and that cannot be reached. Okay. Yeah, in general, for any dendril we put down, any root from this central downwards ladder, let's just put down some other random one. This descended one in front of a blue? Yeah, so we'll bring one down. Let's also... Okay, we'll go up to right there. Okay. Oh, this looks like it's actually going to be an even trade, so... Comes down. Source power or whatever. Top. So put a redstone block there. Yep. What's this? Power level 7. Okay. Okay, so we could reach those 2 blocks and kind of do that already on the final design. But to hit any lower, so now we're going to block off that block there. And we're not even okay, yeah, so to reach new blocks whatsoever, need stone here and here. Yep, and that blocks off 3 more. Okay. So I think in general, to power any of the chests, or to get redstone dust powered in any of the spots marked by these chests, in this, I don't know, bottom ring. Good word for that. Like the base of the cup or something? Hey, what's up, Pineapple? Yeah, the only place we can actually save is on the corners. And that's because we have a unique opportunity to cut off 1 block of power from, or 2 blocks of power from below, and add 3. Okay. Okay, so until we show that you can't get corners and 8 bow tie, more than 8 bow ties, so 10 in here. Yeah, that's the best we're gonna do. I wonder what happens if you don't do opposite directions here. Is that even legal? Like, I'm thinking to do something like is that even legal? Will that cause any unforeseen problems? So instead of pairing these with north-south and east-west, I'm going to pair them adjacently. Something like this. Okay. Here, side we gotta go glass, dust, go 2 more down. Get a better sense of what the pattern stabilizes out to. These roots aren't that interesting though. Oh, hold up. I think, yeah, okay, I think this will actually be a lot worse. Reason being, yeah, we've severely inhibited the reach of the underside of the redstone block in this quadrant of the power pyramid. Yeah. In other words, like there would actually be a whole nother row of chests added along this side right here. And in exchange, I don't think we'd actually save anything, so this setup would just add a big row of chests near the bottom. Actually, in the very bottom, the last layer. Okay, so we can exclude that, and I'm happy to let this tiling problem sit for now. Long term, if we want to know if this is the best we can do, we probably have to actually just have a computer brute force all the possible arrangements of tiles of these shape, and show that no arrangement of 10 bow ties can be bordered without missing blocks. Nice. Which brings us back to the lever. So now, everywhere except the middle 2 layers, our previous structures are all still pretty much the same. Yeah, the same color coding blocks I had before. Go. So I think we had this arrangement of things. 2 by 2 tile. Blue. Then we had the 6 block footprint tile, so 2 by 3. That was something like this. I'm just kind of jogging my own memory here. Yep, that looks good. And we also had the heart-shaped tile. Something like, yeah, 3 of those. Yep. And named accordingly because it makes a kind of heart shape. Really looks like a heart with the red wool. Great. And then lastly, we had our bow tie. That would be 3 chests. Seven blocks, red blocks covered, so we're counting blocks covered in the second to last layer. That's 3 chests, okay. Now the question is, what even happens for this middle section here? Like, do we even need to think about it? Is it just like, oh, this won't work? Yeah, doing something like this. Oh, okay, yeah, that is going to be worse. Because now we have to connect from here as well. Yep, just like that. Dang, so that covers 6 red blocks and adds a total of 4 chests. Yeah, that's slightly worse. Hmm. Okay. This is super weird. We could just find like an optimal tiling on one, side and then flip it over to the middle. Just copy the downward wiring structure, the root system left and right side. Is there any way to avoid that? I guess we could also, so if we're getting power to like, so here we can demonstrate this. There. Yeah, I think that's that. This has to be how this looks. Oh, I messed this up. This should be 1 block this way, further in towards the center. Yep, so like that. Yeah, and that's still covering 6 and adding 4. When we would expect only 3 chests to be added based on the previous quota. Yeah, power pretty much has to come in from the side or from both blocks like this. Huh. Kind of discouraging. I guess we could do one of each, so have some weird... Let me see if I can make this. Where's it gonna fit? Something like that? No, something like that, yeah. Yeah, it's still the same ratio. Still the same amount of chests per coverage. Whereas before we had a 1 chest to 2 coverage, now we have a 2 chest to 3 coverage ratio. What are we gonna do about that? Yeah, okay. That's kind of a bummer because you'd hope that there would be something better like you could do around the center. The center, like, okay, so before what we were trying to do was overlap the chests that were missing in a way that reduced their number, which we found with the bow tie shape. It's kind of problematically here. Along this middle, there's no opportunity for overlap. So what that probably means is, let's make another copy of this. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I always do copy instead of clone, man. Do 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 do. Okay. That looks good. Try to keep things lined up. 3, 4. Something like that. That should be good. A bow tie with 2 wide middle part has 1 to 2 coverage, it looks like. Huh. Bow tie with 2 in the middle. So, is it something like that? A bow tie with 2 wide part in the middle. So here's our bow tie. I'm confused because the middle part of a bow tie holds a redstone block on the second to last layer, so above an air block in the grid here. But the middle of the new base grid. Oh, okay. I talked myself through it. So what we're doing here is, I think I can get this. So this, something like, I guess there's a couple ways to do this. I can send you a screenshot, yeah, that'd be helpful. Okay, so I guess I can try the bow tie in like both axes first. Okay, so let's see how we did here. It's the shape. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blocks of coverage with 6 chests. That's, oh wow, now we got a 3 to 5 tile. 3 chests added per 5 blocks. That is better than 2 for 3 though. And the other way we can set this up is right here. Probably need a little more space. Let's see, chests, and then down on the sides here. Okay, so we got 4. Oh, yep, okay. I think I just found it. Whoop! Other monitor. Yeah, super cool. Thanks for catching that, man. Or dude. I call everybody man, guy, dude. Don't really have a good thing to call someone for like a general term. Okay, so we got a few weird shapes to work with now. That's helpful. But we couldn't actually put this bow tie right here in practice because it would jack up the corner. In the middle, it would do great. Okay. Let's see. Is this shape good? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 chests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, it's also a 2-to-1 ratio. Okay, that's pretty good. That's it. Hey, what's up, Dram? This is getting cool now. Okay, so there are weird middle shapes that are like unique to the middle. Okay, oh man. So to like keep our tiling problem going, what we're gonna have to do is have like a separate set of tiles that we can put in the middle that can't go in like the open space on either side of this middle strip. Okay, let's see if we can enumerate those over here. Yeah, this is a cool one. Weird. Oh, wait a sec, this is almost like two normal bow ties, like, glued together in the middle. Yeah, I can see... Whoops. Get out of here. Get out of here, Windows. Yeah, so we have chest down, chest up, chest down. And for bow tie, we have chest down, chest up, chest down. That's not a bow tie, but it's the right shape to look at. Chest down, up, down. Okay. So, let's start copying these over. That's nice though, because now we essentially have a one-dimensional tiling problem with slight effects on the two-dimensional areas. Hexatron, yo, the dust problem's still going. But did the symmetry change a bit? Yep, that's exactly what's going on. So, still working on it. Probably solved for redstone block as a source. However, using a lever as a source, which is what the original problem actually was, creates a weird too wide dissymmetry disrupting the checkerboard pattern. So right now we're just finding new tile shapes, new ways to connect the bottom two layers on this middle section here. So yeah, that's what's up. Alright, let's start bringing them over. So, two wide bow tie variant number 1. So what is this going to look like when we lay this out? Huh. Okay. We'll think about that when we get there. Okay, there's tile piece number 1. Pineapple double bow tie. Looks like a duck face. If you put like some kind of weird RGB chicken. Okay. Back to serious adult math things. That should allow for quite a lot more ways to connect it downwards. I totally need to play around with that. Yes, you absolutely need to. That covers those spots, though. What else we got to work with? Yeah, this strange setup. This is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with 6. Okay, so that's another 2-to-1 shape. Ooh, think these two might actually connect very nicely. So take this shape now with chests on the middle, whereas before we had, or well, the lower chests on the middle, before we had upper chests on the middle. So we do lower chests on the middle, chests like this. Oh, this is gonna connect perfectly, man. Super cool. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, way up to 10, 8, 10. Do green, green, green. I was using green stained glass for a bit, but it's actually not really needed because anywhere we see a green wool, we can just assume there's a chest under it. Okay, cool. Checking the stream's latency. Switched. I'm trying to learn German again. Here. Streamlabs, there we go. Heck, we'll do German for our languages here too. What am I looking for? Language. So we want Deutsch. I have Cookie Clicker in my like email and YouTube all set to German. What am I doing? It's Deutsch. It's up here. Or is it alphabetized? Yeah, there it is. Fertig, zurück zum Spiel. This is my lazy way to learn languages. Just play my games in that language. I did Duolingo like every day for a few months, and that helped too, but it's just super. It's just annoying. Didn't have fun doing it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Building this tile. Great. So we could. That's such a cool pattern. Yeah, so we could probably tile this thing with a 2-to-1 ratio pretty well using that setup. Take care of the corners. So to get these 4 blocks here, yeah, we gotta do chests there. Scroll up. It's above English. Yes, it is. I think speedrunners actually play with different languages sometimes. What was the reason for that? It's like they found the language where like some item for whatever reason that its name came up in the speedrun had like the shortest character length, and they were playing in like some Slavic language. Really interesting. So yeah, this is what we're stuck with for the corners, because if we try to connect to this from the sides, we would be losing power. Yeah, from the source, and it would only reach to here. So yeah, we kind of gotta connect from up here and from this blue here. And but then we're a little bit more free. Yeah, after this. Okay. So can we just kind of like repeat this pattern? We have oh no, that would be cut off. What does that mean for us? Oh, wait, no, this still works. This totally still works. Yeah, so we bring power down to here. I'm gonna actually start putting these wires in to make sure I'm not fooling myself. Stone called Stein. Oh, okay. It's a character in a book I was reading. His name was Steinwall. But one edition of the book, his name was Stonewall. They're just translating it. What's a chest? True. Welcome to Whitestone Jazz's stream, where we solve Minecraft problems with semi-advanced geometry and mispronounced German words. Okay. Alright, that should be our central source, and then this is the axis that receives power from the underside, I think? Double check that. Yeah, that's correct. I'm gonna go eat, I'll be back later. Alright, Dram. Have a good meal, man. Dude. I start saying dude. Wait, okay, that's the correct distance. Getting power level 1 on the last layer. Now... Oh, no, yeah, this won't work, because we can't get power downwards to these blue blocks here. In that case... What are we going to do to fix that? Maybe we could do something like this. Oh, you know what? That's still 2 to 1, isn't it? In it. But now these aren't hits. Oh yeah, this is getting weird. No harsh mistakes on mispronouncing yet. Nope. My last name is Woolard, and my family's still been trying to figure out. We know the wool is Germanic. We're trying to figure out if it came from the word for like sheep wool or the word for wolf. We haven't gotten to the bottom of that yet. So chest goes in there. We could do a heart shape here. Could we? Chests like that. You know what? I guess we can actually use normal. Okay, but now this doesn't get powered. Do we just take the L on not powering that? Found something that might be 3 to 1. Oh, that's dope. Oh, did you ping it to me already? Ah, that's another circuit. I'm wondering if I should just try laying this out as the old like floor tiling problem. Just descent. Oh. Oh, that's cool. That's very nice. Something like this. I think this is still 2 to 1. Yeah. doing this right? Something like that. Because there's got to be a having a solid block here forces a chest here. Anywhere that we have a solid block in the blue or green layer, like that forces a chest directly beneath it. The reason for that being, if you have redstone dust with a solid block above it, that means power can't reach it from above, because solid blocks cut off downward diagonal redstone in Java Edition. I think in Bedrock too. And the bottom two layers, because they're the bottom two, they're only power level 1 or 2. It's impossible for a bottom two layer redstone dust to receive power from beneath it. So we can, if we're in like the 7th layer, and redstone dust has a solid block above, we can still power it because we can go like down and then up. Because the solid block stops us from coming in from above. But we don't get to do that with the bottom 2 layers. You could almost just think of this as minimizing the amount of green and blue wool. Notice where the red is too wide. Yeah. So I'm not building it right. This. It's here. It's connectable. Looks neat. Oh, huh. This has. That's kind of a weird problem. Huh. Okay, check this out a second. I don't think this would stop it from being used, but look, if we try to wire it up this way, the checkerboard pattern is off. The block here should be like there, and then and the reason for that is this 2x2 shape is aligned to this left half, even though its connection shoots out to the right half. One way to solve that, I think, would just be by put down the same shape, but reverse the direction that power comes into it from above from. Is that right? Yeah. Super weird. And now this should be aligned to the checkerboard grid pattern correctly. Yep. Yeah, okay, so that's all aligned. Or we could do something weird as well, where we take this thing, wire it from the right half back over to the left, and then up to our power source like that. And that would reach. Yeah. Yeah, this does create a lot of possibilities now. Okay. Let's try to make a grid for this shape. Also move it 1 to the side to align it with its stair again? Oh yeah. So keep it at the same level for a moment and then bring it back over. Yeah, that's also an option. Yep. Oh, wait a second. Oh, because we have 2 flats, the power level goes down twice instead of once. Doesn't reach the bottom here. I mean, you could just fix that by having like a making sure you're getting power level 2 to, like, yeah, these, you know, maybe this redstone, or not this redstone, this red wool block to cover this bottom layer. That would work too. Or that's 2 to 1. What if we just do how does this work? That might cover everywhere we need. Yeah, it's still 2 to 1. Huh. Okay. So the way these shapes that, you know, aren't built for the middle, the way they keep such a low chest to red wool ratio is by overlapping some of their chests. If we have any, you know, chest in the middle here, well, it gets duplicated or we get some weird parity error. But that duplication undoes any advantage gained by a normal overlap. I think what that means essentially is 2 to 1 is the best we can do along the middle. Because any bow tie, so anything that had an overlap savings, like getting stretched out loses its savings. Yeah, because the original bow tie was 3 chests covered 7. But when it gets stretched out, it has 4 chests covers 8. Or if you merge 2 together, you get 6 chests covers 12. Okay, let's work under that assumption. I'm content with assuming that's going to be the case. In other words, no shape saves more than 2 to 1, which contains an attempted overlap across the middle. Like this, or this, or this. Not sure what to think of this stair pattern yet. I'm not even sure how to visualize this. Okay, I have one idea though. Let's go ahead and make 15 by 15 grid. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. It's in. Okay, cool. Should be 15? Now, if I went 15 out, oh, for goodness sake, let's just let's just use the coordinates. Okay, so 70. We're at 84. Yeah, okay, that's 15. Yes, okay. Here's what my weird plan was. To just take out this diagonal. Now, yeah, you can picture taking this larger, mostly diagonally adjacent square and twist with like just a middle row that's directly like orthogonally adjacent, and then you give it a little 45-degree twist and shrink it. And you get a new square that's mostly directly orthogonally adjacent, but with just a little strip down the middle that is diagonally adjacent. Okay, cool, that looks good. Now the challenge is to fit stuff. Oh, wait a second. A bow tie should fit right up against that diagonal. Huh. Even missing that? What does they even look like? Oh yeah. Huh, that's chests. No, not chest there. What am I doing? Chest. Red wool. Ooh, yeah, okay. Oh, that might be an advantage for fitting more bow ties into the total structure. Come on, green wool. The green wool flower. What is Krote? Dude, the German R. German R, man. Huh, okay. Let's mark out the corner shapes we get here. Something like that. What is? So I think it means the corner hits. What was I doing before? Black stained glass for that? Do I have to type the the German names now? Oh, okay. Let's do that. Is that tinted? Tintus. Yeah, Schwarzes. That's got to be black glass, man. Okay, so those areas are hit by the corner wiring. Oh, it's kind of like a bow tie shape. Now's the challenge. Wow, yeah, this does really look like a challenge, too. I don't even think I see any tile that can go here. If I do a heart, some weird missing thing there. Maybe this is where weird middle tiles come in. Okay. Let's put down our alphabet. I got that one. Yeah, that orange bow tie. Doing yellow for the web. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's our current working alphabet. I think I used like a dot or something. That's never advantageous to use that, or at least it wasn't in that case. So now, what are we trying to do? Maybe figure out which of these shapes. Well, this is a weird one. that. Okay, so that's a possibility. And what does this look like when shifted? Rotate it. Okay. Should get. Yeah, this is just weird. That? That's what's going on here? Oh yeah, okay. Oh, that's weird. It looks like two fish. Okay, the fish pattern. And that is a 2-to-1 pattern across the middle. Nice. What else we got? This guy's fish pattern. This one, it's just 2x2s, right? Okay, we don't need to mark that because we can already build it up from existing tiles. Yeah. I'm not even sure how to fit this one into the final design. It is still 2-to-1 though, so there's a good chance we can actually get the optimal chests. Yeah, without needing to analyze how it disrupts our, like, wiring to tile transformation. Alright, so does that mean the fish is the really only unique thing we get from the middle? Is unique. There's like 2 bow ties. Here's a negative space. You see then we have bow tie 1 and bow tie 2. Bow ties overlapping. Okay. Okay, cool. Hey, let's see what this fish does for us. So if we oops, put some hearts in here. Oh yeah, okay, the fish totally match up with that. So we do, yeah, okay. Fish, 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 fish. Huh, nice. Pretty good. Actually, I think we could just, no, we can't just repeat the fish. Ooh, there we go. Bow tie, dude. It looks like we got some music from the neighbors today. So y'all probably can't hear that with the, yeah, okay, it's filtered out. I got a neighbor right across the street that works on their motorcycle multiple times a week and usually takes the time to just rev it in their garage for a few minutes before before taking off. Oh, no, that's a pretty fast getaway compared to usual. Yes, window back open. Hot as heck here, so we don't got AC in our room, so windows open whenever possible. I think we do have more options for these corners here. What are these corners hitting? Is that... It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so that is worse than 2 to 1. If we add 1 chest here, 2 more wool, yeah, okay. This doesn't bring it any closer to 2 to 1. But whatevs. Hey, that's looking pretty good. Now what does that look like? It's like... just adding these? Yeah, it looks like. That doesn't really help us. Yeah, nothing we have really connects to that shape well. I think we tried putting in... what did we have? Did I get rid of my chests? Like this? This thing just kind of stank because it missed 2 red blocks out here. This middle section is weirder. I'm not sure with this extended corner setup we can even fit anything in. Actually, we might just actually have to miss blocks here. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. Yeah, but we can like do that. That. Okay. Oh, and then another bow tie should fit in there nice. Bow tie. Where's orange? Orange. Oh no, that cuts us off from other areas though. It's a bummer. Yeah, this is kind of sinks to tile, man. Wow. Gotta do like greens here or something. Turning off the dust, the amount of lag each block causes proportional to its signal strength. If we maximize lag, then high signal strength dust is worth more than low signal strength dust. Okay. It's almost like a different optimization criterion for the problem. Whereas, like, figuring out how many dust you can power from a single lever is a different optimization than figuring out how many updates of a maybe say certain kind you can produce from one lever. So instead of maximizing the number of dust blocks, we should maximize the sum of all the signal strengths in the blocks. Okay. Okay. It, let's go back here actually. Because this setup we're using, Myron, actually forces every missing redstone block from the theoretically largest area into the bottom 2 layers that are only getting power level 1 and 2. In fact, our current record for redstone block-powered pyramid has no missing redstone dust within the 3D checkerboard pattern outside the bottom 2 layers. So it might be actually that they're the same optimization. At least for turning off, that's true. For turning on, I think maximizing the number of blocks is actually optimal. Okay. Yeah, so I think the only savings we could find here is if there was a way to like exchange a level 2 and level 1 power redstone dust. Yeah, so if we could add in a power level 2 redstone dust at the expense of losing a power level 1. Not sure that's... There might not be a way to do that. Gosh, man. Like, I was planning for this to be the last stream on this problem, but I'd have to come back on this. Relevant for upper layers because you're probably powering some dust at lower signal strength than you could. Oh. I think you're also powering. That, I think we're actually, no, I think we're getting pretty close to the theoretical limit here. Because, like, for 5/6 of the volume we're reaching here, it's a perfect, like, 3D checkerboard pattern. So the 1-1-1 lattice. Welcome back, Dram. Oh, hold on. Okay, there is actually a spot, Myron, where this is happening. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So the upper layers, are those optimal? I think actually everything from the level of the redstone block and upwards is being powered at the highest power level that can reach that block. However, yeah, look at this. So what we would expect to see if we were hitting every, max power level here, yeah, this is totally what we were talking about, Myron, is, this bottom step would all have level 1, then all level 2, all level 3, but already level 1. And then, yeah, here, it's a couple 2s. Some 3s and 1s in the 5 layer, some 2s and 4s in the 6 layer. Okay. So what that means, let me show you two different root designs here. This was the original root design I used. Much thicker, but wasn't optimized for the bottom 2 layers. You can see here, yeah, because of this kind of fern double branch structure, yeah, all blocks would be getting the highest power level reachable to that spot. Tricky bit with that, yeah, well, the tricky bit is that it doesn't optimize the bottom. But then what happened for the next root structure after that one, so we optimized the bottom, whatever, and then wired it up, and because we started at the bottom and went up, the wiring was much less dense. So we might be able to actually get the best of both worlds by just taking our optimized bottom and putting a dense root structure reaching down to it. Okay. Yeah, that's worth trying. I'm going to finish up our lever tiling problem, because I am also interested in the geometry that came up for this now, which doesn't optimize lag anymore. Well, necessarily. It could turn out that the optimized floor design is also capable of being wired with the optimal power level design, but not necessarily. So far, it's been kind of like it's just stunk. So if we put that there, do the same here. And can we not even fit a single bow tie into here? It's kind of bad. Okay, so that could be wired up. Wow, that's just one bow tie on this whole half. We can do a different pattern on the other half, but let's just finish off this one for a second. Is this wireable? Yeah, okay, and the oh, and then yeah, I think we got missing corners again too. Forgot about that. Something like that. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Dude, we might not even be able to fit. Wow, a single bow tie in here. Huh. Is that gonna like undo everything? Probably be useful to make some kind of script that could go through a one of these structures and total up all the power levels. What's going on here? Oh, more trouble. That's what's going on. Dude, this is frustrating. That would be very useful. There might not even be a covering non-overlapping pattern for this diagonalization. That word already means something in math. That's the fish shape. If we like 2x3 there. Huh. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think that's this one's 2-to-1 as well. No, that's just the two. Yeah, shoot, that's just the two. Pattern's not very helpful because it creates some weird gaps. Oh, just kidding. That pattern's totally helpful. We can do 2 2x2s here. Yeah, okay. Matches up with the weird fish pattern. And let's just put the fish pattern one block closer. Okay. And matches up nicely with the bow tie. Great. We don't even have a good way to... Let's get rid of this corner junk. So we'll go... What, like this? Yeah, that'll work. Challenge is just stuffing these bow ties in. Okay, yeah, that does the trick. Okay. Bow ties are doing good. Trockenboten? Trockenbitten. Okay. Some of the red squares might be replaced by bow ties. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it's totally true. And then I think we could actually... Yeah. That creates this opportunity as well for a bow tie. Can't do it here because it would create an open block. And open block bow tie is the same missing redstone dust count as the green wool. I guess we'll just have the wool. Don't have the umlaut, man. What am I looking for? Okay, cool. No, it's not why. There we go. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, okay, and that's completable with a full corner pretty easily. Because from here, yeah, we can just do 2x2s and some 6s in here. Okay, great. Okay, so that's a 3 bow tie arrangement for a full corner. Okay, I have missing corner. And also extend like that if we need to. So I'll put that there to mark optionally missing blocks. Oops. Oh! Huh. Is this weird? Yeah, cool. And we can keep these missing or not as we like. Great. Okay, cool. So corner or not doesn't matter. We can fit 3 bow ties in either way. Wait, what happened there? Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll leave it like that just so we remember we have the option for dissymmetry if we need it. Okay, and then missing corners are helpful though because they let us save the first corner we remove saves 2 chests, and the second corner we remove saves another 1 chest. So both together save 3. Okay, that's... The only way to do better than this would be if we could fit some bow ties up against this central diagonal. So go ahead and copy this, and we'll give that one shot before we construct this thing. Okay, so we gotta get bow tie up against the center. That's the goal. Or just, demonstrate that it doesn't help. It's also possible. I guess we did have one bow tie up against the, or two bow ties up against the center here like this. Let's see if we can get some up against the center sideways, though. Might not be possible. That, then we need a fish here. Fish shape. Yeah, something like that. And then we could do another fish here. Challenge, though. Closing off the other corner. Do that. Yeah, okay. Because now we're left with two open blocks there and there, which effectively make these bow ties worthless because a bow tie plus a lone or missing block evens out back to the same loss created by everything else. 2 blocks in the second to last layer of coverage for each missing redstone block. Redstone dust. Okay, so no bow ties up in the middle. I guess does centering this work? I mean, let's take that fish off. Do center bow tie. Fish. We do not have a shape that fits that space, man. Yeah, okay. Okay, so no bow ties. No bow ties up against the middle. Lengthwise. They can be up against the middle with just one block of contact on the center diagonal. Okay, in that case, we have good reason to think this is optimal for redstone dust quantity and enough information to construct it. So we will do that. What am I doing? We don't want this. We want to clone the diagonal version again. Okay. Okay. Time for the construction. We can start with the 2 wide corner instructions. I think those are forced on us. what am I doing? That's the other way around. I think we are, yeah, not adding this corner. We're not adding, yeah, we're not adding that chest there. Okay. Corner 1. Corner 2. These pictures remind me of the sand paintings that monks do sometimes. We are going with the missing corner design. So in that case, we'll wire up the missing corner structure first, because it's weird. That's not right. Yeah, this is it. Yep, yep, that's correct. I guess these should actually be red blocks. They're in the red layer. Chests there. Oh, wait a sec. Flying over to the redstone block setup for this. Oh, yeah, okay. I was trying to see if we could reduce chests by taking advantage of an unused overlap, but the overlap is not there. I thought that it would be possible for power to travel down from this wool block to this glass. However, this wool block will only be getting power level 1. Central. Yeah, from the central power source. Chest here and here. Yep, that looks correct. And we'll just build one half and we can use Limatica to mirror in the other. Okay, now comes the actual translation task. It was weird. So we can try this heart shape first. This should be 4 chests added near the 2 wide area. This, I believe. So it looks like this is So the point of the heart is aiming near the corner. Right here. Yep, same thing. Okay, so there's our heart. And I think we have our fish set up next. Yeah, okay, so the fish thing. Oh, yeah, that does match up nicely. What do we do for the fish thing? Oh, okay. Upper chests on the outside. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so fish is two bow ties glued together. And this is a bow tie, cool. Great, that looks good. Then we have and music down a bit. Two by two fish, 2x2 fish. Okay. Not too hard. Got the 2x2 here. Choose its direction of incoming power later. Then... Wait a sec. Okay, that looks pretty good. Couple more times. Two by two. In the wrong spots in the same way. 2 times in a row now. Then a couple chests here. Chest there, and that is the third fish shape. Right on. Is that a third? Wait, what is going on here? Oh, maybe those 2x2s were in the correct spot earlier. Hang on. What's going on here? Oh, wait, is it... What? Hmm. Something's off here. Put that power structure in. Okay. Yeah. These are off. So let's put this in here. Oh. Motorcycle neighbor has returned. Okay. So this next fish structure should be in the middle. And then we should be able to fit in a 2x2. Just like that. Perfect. Yeah, it looks good. I think that means also we only have one spot to bring power into this 2x2 from. Okay, it's nice, one less choice for us to have to make. Sweet, and that is the boundary with the middle done. Okay, that looks good. And we start putting in our bow ties. Yep, that's how we put them. So one bow tie here. And then we have to mirror same thing to the other side. Yep, 3 chests. Just like that. Down red wool. Okay. There's the 2 sideways bow ties. There should be a lengthwise bow tie shape tile between them. And those are the 3 bow ties. Cool. It's an interesting pattern right here. That done though. Add in. Yeah, what do we got here? 2x2 heart. Heart. Or 2x3 heart, depending on how we size the corners here. So is it like this, I think? It's satisfying to see all the structures fit together here. Yeah. It's just one of the coolest parts of math in general. When the answer to a problem isn't trivial in either direction. It's like, for instance, on Bedrock Edition, there's not really any interesting structure because glass can power redstone dust downwards. And so this big like checkerboard grid that we're trying to fill out fills out perfectly. There's no wiring constraints at the bottom. So I mean, that's, you know, I guess cool, but not as interesting. Like there's no weird shapes at the bottom. Like you'd expect the optimal shape for wiring the bottom to either be kind of like just a trivial even spread or some kind of like regular repeating pattern. Um, Maybe something like what I actually, and that's what I first attempted, is what I thought it was. It's a kind of repeating pattern like this. Stone, 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 very regular, can be extended easily, systematically downwards for like imaginary higher power levels. And it doesn't work. Or, well, it doesn't optimize the problem. Like, the optimal wiring is this, like, weird multi-tile shape that has no clear regular tiling extension and uses a lot of different structures arranged in specific ways. So that's when math gets cool, when the answer is neither, like, it's not just pure chaos, and it's not trivial, like, it's not just obvious either. So it's not obviously easy or senselessly chaotic, but this in-between level of structure, where it's not obvious, but it's also surprising enough that you couldn't have predicted it before spending a few hours on the problem. Probably something that changes as you get better and better at advanced math is like how well you can get a sense for which problems fall into that category. And how quickly you can come up with the underlying structures to them off the top of your head. Here. Heart shape, 2 by 3. Yep. There we are. I think that's the structure we're going with. Add in these chests. I'd probably put down our dust too. Yeah, just so that when we copy everything over, we don't have to put twice as much dust down by hand. Maybe someday I'll learn to use MC Edit filters. Today is not the day. I don't know, do we want to try to figure out the wire structure on just one half or wait till it's all together? Yeah, I'll do it on half of it. Because we can also use it as a double check to make sure, I don't know, just that we didn't miss anything. Because there's more ways this can break. Like some weird combination of blocks down there might actually prohibit us from powering something that we were assuming was powerable. It's probably going to work out. This way we can be much more sure. Over. So to... What is it called? It's still just called redstone? Not like Roachstein? Roachstein. No, this is the right one. Okay, there we go. Oops. Oh, something's going on. Oh, right. This is the side of block priority axis. Okay, this still doesn't help. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. Okay, great. and then underside priority here. Heck, actually, this is... Yeah, this is both east-west and north-south symmetric, so we could just clone 1/4 of it. Cool. That looks good. I'm realizing there are other ways that we're actually doing... Oh, okay. Huh. Ooh. Okay. That'll... okay, okay, so there's a problem that's actually going to make optimizing for power level instead of just total number of redstone dust trickier. Which is... I showed a moment ago that very sparse root systems, so the structures that connect our weird tiling up to the central power source, underpower a lot of blocks. You know, that's true. However, there's also a lot of underpowered blocks created by each root. Because every time we have a root, power can't... Any redstone dust that's underneath it, so underneath a downwards ladder of solid blocks, it can't receive power from above, and therefore must receive power from below. Anyway, in other words, the redstone dust under every block in our root system is underpowered by 2 signal strength, from what, at least, beneath what its theoretical max is. But a lot of stuff's underpowered here, too. Yeah, it's not clear what effect that's going to have. In other words, thickening the root structure both adds and reduces power level to various redstone dust blocks, which will make it more complicated whether it's better to have more or less roots, what shape they're in, and if there's some weird middle optimal that's not too much or too little. Like a Goldilocks root structure. Okay, anyways, we were just wiring this up. Let's power from here. It's going to be powered from there. Let's see, this I think actually needs to go straight up to reach. We have no flexibility here. Yep. This route is forced on us. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, that is a problem. This... Oh no, it's the bow tie too. Okay, yeah, this bow tie needs to receive power from either side. Both sides are cut off. Yeah, by these rails here. And that's because this bow tie, like, you can think of it as receiving power through its little indent nubs here. So like receiving power from right here and right here, but there's 2 imaginary parallel lines traveling like there and there that block off downwards power. In other ways, I don't even know what I'm trying to say, man. This bow tie cannot be powered. Kind of stinks. It doesn't look like there's an easy way to fit it in either. And we could leave the corners in or whatever. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, no, that works. Huh, okay. Yeah. I think this works. This design right here. Actually, I guess the glass here is optional because we can just do like a heart shape too. I don't know why, I prefer to keep the corner removals small if possible. Okay. This also has 3 bow ties, but I think this one we should be able to power. Or is that one we couldn't? Okay, that means replacing the 2x2s adjoining the central diagonal with bow ties. So let's get on that. Take out this for a second. Yep, so we go here. Yep, just like that. This stay in? This becomes a bow tie again. Oh, I think this is still accurate. This becomes that shape. And then I think just one more bow tie here. Okay, yeah, this is the new design. 3 bow ties. Is this gonna have powering problems as well? This might. This just might. Wow, yeah. I think it does. Oh. Oh, maybe not actually. So what we might be able to do is replace that chest with this one. Blue. Solid red. Yeah, okay. Sweet, and that doesn't create any new missing blocks. Great. Very nice, very nice. Yep, and then this we are free to power however we please. Okay, great. So we have a 3 bow tie wiring setup. Gotta think and eat. Haven't had breakfast yet. Okay, that looks good. Okay. And that's all the root structures wired up, I believe. That done. Should be able to just load up Lightmatica, rotate a portion of this, and glue it all together. Oh. Did I miss something? It's supposed to be a 6 tile instead of a 4 tile? Yeah, I think so, okay. That is an easy fix, because we put down just like that, break that. There's another heart. Yep, okay, cool. Great, and that gives us a full coverage. Very nice. Actually, and then while we have this small like this, also go ahead and optimize for power level. I think the main way to do that is to power as many of these blocks as we can at full theoretical strength. Here, what do we do? Yep, something like that. Fire this up, then we run a second stone ladder down above this one. A double root. Oops. And this gives us side power, so slightly further reach horizontally to the corners. Great. Now we just start connecting this up. Okay. Bring that down. Actually, let's make a copy of this and just preserve this as it is before doing, yeah, any additional structure work on it. Yep, we only need the a quarter of it. Okay. Okay. I don't even know where the stick is in the inventory. Like tools or something? Gosh. Okay. Oh, I found it. Geschiedenis? Geschiedenis? Stock? Sounds like stick. Okay, great. Do area selection. Down. Nice. Okay, that looks good. Go to M, area editor. And this is a quarter pyramid for lever. Optimal. I'll just put optimized because we don't know if it's the optimal. Optimized base. Great. Base schematic and world. Schematic. Put this pyramid optimized base. Okay, cool. Okay, there we go. Now this one will try to put power level optimal wiring in on top of the dust amount optimal base tiling. It's weird. It looks like we are going to have to repeat this pattern every 4 blocks in height. This is good. My wife made potatoes and squash with, I think, dill and a fried egg on top. We almost always do potatoes and eggs for breakfast. Maybe with like ground beef or something mixed in. I was planning also to use this world as a showcase for a video about this. There's so much stuff thrown everywhere now that probably be good to clean it up before trying to do that. I'm gonna take this down because this extra wire is not related to the main structure being displayed by this wiring here. Huh, looks like we can wire everything up without a problem. Yeah, maybe we'll actually do both of these. I think this top layer you actually can't get away from, if I remember correctly. We had a similar pattern sitting on top of the optimized. Yep. Okay, so that pattern is stuck there on the top layer. I must have put that there exactly because I noticed this here. No, this is a different... Okay. I put this here just to extend, yeah, the signal from the central block here as far as possible. So the really only interesting places power level optimizing is going to come up is from the underside of the redstone block. What am I doing? Okay, here's the shell. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to actually make two cop. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this in two ways. So let's back our stock. Okay, R. Schematic and world. Already loaded? Oh yeah, cool. Easy on us, man. Yep, and there it is. Paste it in. Okay. MR. Great. So now in here, we want to try to fit as many extra no, like dendrils as possible. And then we can look at both and see which one has the best cumulative sum of power levels. Which we don't have a way to measure right now, but once we do, this will be a great thing to test it on. I wonder if there's a way to do that with command blocks. That would be kind of tedious, but you could do it. Okay. There's a downward ladder. To right here. That work? Oh, yeah, that's working out. And that looks like the lowest we can go. Yeah, okay. Cool. It'll mostly just be interesting to see if this actually adds anything to the final total for power level. Do anything there. Yeah, this place is pretty cramped already. We'll drop down here. Here, if we like. Should still be able to power underneath it. We'll give that a shot. Just like that. Okay, that sinks down. Yeah, I don't think we can go any lower, so it's our power level optimized wiring. Interesting. Okay. So now that we have both of those, we can throw our coating over top. Don't worry about this one first. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll try this one first. I'm gonna probably just put those in by hand again, actually. Yeah. Okay, great. This will also give us another opportunity to optimize these downward inner roots. These roots don't have any connective powering value to us, but as far as the bottom tiling is concerned, but might help optimize total power level. Is there any better way to do this? I think what we would want is every time something branches off of this diagonal here, well, it would branch off every other block. So we have 1, 2, that's every other. And we would want this actually to branch off here like that. And I don't know if we could connect this thing up doing so. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can. So that's pretty much what breaks this. Actually, one of the bow ties again. Looks like those guys are always the trouble. Great. I think that's more or less the best we're getting right there. Create another downward spiral. Then this one we also shoot off some more root structures from. Like right there. Oh yeah, that can go down pretty far actually. Before it causes any problems. Yeah, that's probably the best we're gonna get. Okay, that's looking pretty good. How many chests are in here? Good question. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's 30 down there. Plus 30 plus 14. 54 times 4. Oh, yeah, that's a lot more. Um, oh, really? That's over double. Was it 44, 88, 196? Yeah, but almost 200, so nearly double what we got over there. This area is slightly larger, but wow. Yeah, it's a lot worse of wiring. It's a larger area, also with more constraints. Oh, no. I'm counting incorrectly. Yeah, this is going to give us, I think, a chest amount of 196 when we got 150 something over there. Okay, so that's not nearly twice as bad. That's only like... It's like... That'd be 30% worse? Something like that? Not terribly bad. That's actually that makes much more sense for, like, is this maybe an 8% increase in area with a lot more constraints. Okay, now it's time to start filling it in. Actually should probably make... No, we have that copy over there. Yep, so just like we did here, we need to cover it with that sheath. We'll do the bottom layers first, though. Yeah, so every block in the third layer of redstone dust, which is beneath a solid block, will necessarily be powered at power level 1 instead of 3, which is the theoretical max. Because power has to reach it from below. Okay, so that's the first 2 layers done. 3 if you count the supporting block layer in the bottom. Huh. Yeah, the power level is much more regular now. Ox OD. Hi, why don't you just replace air with glass? Which, oh, like to fill everything in faster? Huh. It'd also fill off to the side here. You're talking about just to like get everything filled in more quickly? Yeah, I guess it'd be fat. Okay, let's give it a shot. I also don't trust myself to not accidentally replace everything. So to there, we do glass, replace air, I think. Yeah. And then we gotta take out this thing. That's pretty loud. Sorry about that. Probably be easier to just create a big chunk of glass off to the side and take it out. Almost worked out. Yeah. No, I'm happy to take my time. I'm not in a rush to get this done. Oh, that did fill it nicely though. Huh, yeah. It looks like all you have to do is put in some extra root structures here, and then you will have... Huh, are those optimal? Oh yeah. Huh, looks like we hit optimal power levels too. The question is if bumping up these outer power levels here along the 111 diagonal surface is worth the extra lowered power levels created by putting in these extra roots. I have no idea how to check that. Okay. Yeah, it's like right here. So you put that in. Oh. Oh, that helps. Cool. What if we do... Oh yeah, okay. There's some raised power levels right there. Okay, so there are ways to save on power levels. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Before this was like, and here we have like a solid row of twos, of threes, of fours. That wasn't happening before. I'm probably just going to finish off this lever structure and be done, but if we built this one out the same way, we would see those dips. Just realized if we're only losing 196, wow, I thought it would be a tough goal to break 7,500. He might break 7,600 dust attached to a single lever. Wow, that's closer to 1,000 more than the old design than it was to the old design itself. That's very nice. And it's so funny because I felt so sure that I was either at the optimal, like the best you could do, or within one or two redstone deaths of the best you could do back when I made the first pyramid. It's like, nope, I was 600 off. Intuition is weird. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So it'll be fun to time test this design against the old one. So, like I'll set up an auto clicker, click it for exactly 3 seconds, flick the lever that is, and then time how long it takes for the game to catch up to the lag created. We can do that on this pyramid and the old one that was beneath 7,000 dust and actually measure like the percent increase in lag created. Lag per click. LPS. I thought it must be instant. It turns out that if you attach this much redstone dust to a lever, it actually takes the game more time to process all the redstone dust turning on and off than it takes you time between your clicks on your mouse if you click even like 3 or 4 times a second. The result is that, if you spam click the lever for 10 seconds, it creates 30 seconds worth of lag. So you have a 20-second window where your game is frozen to go do whatever you want to do with that. It can be used for breaking bedrock or that's pretty much it. What I want to try at some point is to make this in a survival world and use it to like slow motion fight a raid or something. So what you could do is put like a clock that fires every tick into this machine, and it would have the effect of making each tick, each 20th of a second in your game, last for maybe like 3 or 4 20ths of a second. Still pretty fast, but obviously if the amount of things happening in the game that's supposed to take 1/20th of a second is now taking 3, your game is essentially just running 3 times slower. And so what's weird though is it's a type of lag which doesn't make the player slower. So you're kind of turned into like the Quickster, where you can move way faster than all other mobs and enemies while this lag machine is running. Great. Yep, now we gotta do probably make a copy of this right here, actually. I like showing, like, saving a copy of each new layer as we build it up. Yeah. There you go. That looks pretty nice. Very neat. On that note, I'm gonna grab another cup of coffee. Be back in 2 minutes. Back to work. Ah, dang it. Wrong block. Okay, whatever. Cover optimize base. This isn't just the base anymore. This is underside pyramid. There we go. There we go. Okay, now we do the powering coming from the sides of the redstone block, not just coming from the underside. And I can't wait till this is done. This project has been crazy, dude. It would be fun to take a shot at like a magic power level 100 redstone block reliever as well. I think we could copy almost every structure we have over block for block, and would just have to play this tile game for a larger board. Which wouldn't be that bad. Probably be kind of fun. Oh, and these tendrils do not reduce the power level of the blocks beneath them, because they're already receiving power from below. Cool. Here we are. Okay, so this is... Yeah, this is the next shell. Next layer. Some glass in here, too. Okay, math is for nerds. LOL. How do you define a nerd for that claim of yours, Monkey? Because by nerd, we could just mean someone who's smart. That's not really an insult. Unless you don't mean it as an insult. You could define a nerd as someone who's both smart and weak. And that's where the burn comes from. But I don't know if that's entirely right either. Maybe it is. Maybe nerds are just smart, weak people. But to say that math is for nerds then is to say not just that math is for smart people, but for people that are both smart and weak more so than other people. Either people who are just smart and but also strong, or weak but also dumb. Someone who's very into their, yeah, that's more of the modern meaning of nerd. I think probably like a couple decades ago, a generation or two, it did just mean someone who is smart and weak. Also, like, stereotypically someone who's like into Star Trek or something. Nothing against Star Trek personally, just that's, the sort of thing that got flagged as being a nerd activity. I guess a nerd is, like in the old definition, just meant someone smart, weak, and or very into some hobby, book, show, something that was not popular, well, with most other people. And that's changed now because a lot of the stuff that was at first only very popular to a small minority, like say Star Trek or something, the fan base has grown and is now much more mainstream. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so that's the next, I think that's the next shell done. Sheldon. Okay. Let's see. How do we... I'll save a copy of this before we go any further. Yeah, like nowadays, a nerd just means someone who's super passionate about some activity, usually passionate mentally about the activity. So for instance, like if someone, you know, just like playing a lot of football, you wouldn't call them a football nerd just because they like to play a lot of football. But if there was someone who knew like all the history of various players and teams and who won which games and championships, you would call that person a football nerd. And there's no reason a football player and a football nerd couldn't be the same person, just it's possible to be just one and not the other. So for instance, to just be into like the mental activities associated with football culture, like the history of who won which games, almost the trivia aspect of it. And to have no experience playing it, it's possible to have a lot of experience successfully playing it, but to have little to no. What's the right one? Yeah. Little to no experience with like the trivia, history, competitive culture of the subject. Every single hobby is known by many of them. Is that true? Is there really no one who has a hobby that only they have? Okay, so to get the area editor. It's underside pyramid. These names are getting too long now. I'll do side power pyramid. But yeah, because the world is way larger, like for pretty much any hobby, there is now a pretty large amount of people into that hobby. Who before, less people were probably into weird hobbies because it was much harder to find like a circle of friends or whatever. What am I doing? Oh. Had to set name. But now whatever you're into, there's probably at least 20 other people into it on the internet. Pretty much just said what you said. It would be interesting though to just like, what am I doing? Side power. I don't know how you define it, but to get a clear definition of what does and doesn't count as a hobby, and then search out as many people as you can who like only them or like 2 or 3 people like in any recorded history or on the internet anywhere have admitted interest in that hobby. It could be something like super obscure, like collecting the wings of some moth, in some random jungle. Schematic world, with schematics, we want side power pyramid. And then I guess you could ruin it by getting into that. Like you find, a hobby where there's only one person known at all ever at any time anywhere to enjoy that hobby, and then you take up the hobby with them. Become the second person ever. Is this in place? Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Okay, great. Now what we probably want to do is just build up to this layer here, and then we'll probably actually copy all 4 quadrants in. Start doing the upwards power. Making crashing people's unique hobbies. I think we just found it. I think, Pineapple, you are the first person, or I am. I'm not sure who counts. I guess the first one of us to successfully find a lone hobby and crash it will be the first person themselves to make hobby crashing a hobby. I feel like if you do it just once, that shouldn't count as a hobby yet. I don't know how many times, like 3 times or 4 times you gotta do an activity before you can call it a hobby. Because, like, if someone sat down and played the piano once in their life, and it's like, oh yeah, I play the piano as a hobby. It's like, no, you don't. You gotta do it with some, like, ongoing regularity for it to count. Defining that as subjective and hard. Probably just be easiest to get, like, some popular person on Twitter to put out a poll asking how long you need to practice an activity before it can reasonably be called a hobby. Yeah, I guess that's the question. How long and with what frequency do you have to play piano before it's truthful to tell your friends or whatever, or just other people you meet, I play the piano as a hobby? I feel like once a year is still too little. maybe like once a month. Like whatever your hobby is, if you spend maybe at least an hour on it once a month, I'd say it's fair to call that a hobby of yours in conversation. I guess it also has to be like something that you don't have to do, like for either monetary or logistic need. Like you wouldn't say, breathing is a hobby. It's like you don't get a choice whether or not you breathe. Or like for a similar reason, we don't, say going like if you're, a software engineer, you wouldn't say that like software engineering is a hobby of yours because that's what you're doing for financial need. Like it's possible for someone who works as a software engineer to also do software engineering as a hobby, but you would only say that they do software engineering as a hobby if they're doing additional software engineering at home on their own time, not required by their work. And that isn't related to their work, software engineering. So, okay, we'll say a hobby is an activity that you have no need to do that you spend at least an hour on once a month. This would depend on the hobby, for example. That's a good point. Although you could, like, I don't know, be technical and be like, oh, well, you're spending at least an hour probably, taking a safety course and driving to the skydiving area and getting geared up and flying up to where you're going to drop from. Like, yeah, you're not in the air for an hour, but you're probably spending more than an hour a month on all the other preparations required for skydiving. But yeah, like if someone, went skydiving like every 2 months and they're like, oh yeah, I go skydiving as a hobby, I would be like, no, you don't. That's not frequent enough, man. It's like, yeah, okay, so there's some activities which just by their nature you don't do frequently. Um, Maybe what we say then is it's a hobby if, like, yeah, you're doing it with some regularity. Yeah, okay. I think I have a way to get around these definitions. Something is a hobby, if you do it, if it's not needed, like there's no force compelling you to do it if you don't want to. And if you spend significantly more time on it than the average person, maybe say like one or two standard deviations worth of time more than the average person. So like, playing piano, like probably the average person, once or twice a year touches a piano, um, and plays a couple notes. So, by that nature, you'd probably have to like, play a piano maybe at least every 2 or 3 months, if not monthly or like bi-weekly or something, for to reasonably be able to say I play piano as a hobby. But skydiving, like I think the average person goes, like goes skydiving maybe once in their life or something like that. So by that logic, yeah, if you go skydiving even every just 1 or 2 years, that's frequent enough to say I skydive as a hobby. We can define the frequency by comparing to the average of the total population. Okay, how's this looking? That's pretty good. Cool. Can't remember why we were talking about hobbies. Oh yeah, math is for nerds. And hobbies came up as part of the definition of nerds. I guess that's interesting because we said a nerd is just someone who, like, very seriously practices an uncommon hobby, consisting mostly of mental activity. In which case, you know, if you do an activity about, on average, as much as most other people, you know, we'd say, okay, that's a normal hobby. But if you do it way more often than other people, then you're a nerd for whatever that hobby is, on the assumption it's a mostly mental activity. I guess what's weird about this definition, though, is that if, like, every human took up the same hobby, our definition wouldn't work anymore. Like, if every human on the planet spent an hour knitting, like, would we say that all humans knit as a hobby, or just that, like, humanity has a hobby of knitting? I wonder if is there anything that falls into that category? Like, something that vast majority, like, at least, you know, over 95% of humans or something, do, I don't know, about once a month. That's totally, like, unrequired. No need to do it. Probably a lot of stuff that actually falls into that category. I guess now we're getting into technicalities with how we define need to do it. Like, it's like, you know, people live for hundreds of thousands of years without, like, antibacterial hand soap. Like, so, you know, in that sense, we don't need to use hand soap, so we could just say, oh, washing your hands, using soap when you wash your hands is a hobby. But it's like, well, we don't do that because we like it, we do it because we need to in order to avoid, like, higher sickness rates. So now it's like, we don't need to do that in the sense that, like, everybody will instantly die if we don't wash our hands, but we do need to do it just in the sense that, like, the purpose that we, I guess, okay, so we could define it this way. A hobby is something that you have to act out for the sake of the activity itself, not something that you act out, something that you don't like doing, but you do it anyways because there's some kind of unrelated reward, like, you know, not getting sick as often is the reward for washing your hands with antibacterial soap. Did I? Flippin' dang it, man. Power level 10. 10's in this column. Ah, it was 9. Do you see it? I'll stop moving. The top layer. Top layer. Realize you would have found it when placing the glass. Oh, I see it. Okay. Great. It's a pretty complicated definition. So a hobby is something you do for the purpose of the activity itself. So I guess with, like, higher frequency than the average population. Or maybe we could just say higher frequency than the average of the people who do it for need's sake. I don't know, if there was someone that went around trying a bunch of like different hand soaps, like would that be a hobby? Like if they went out shopping, got 5 or 6 of them, and did like a smell sampling with like a cheese and wine platter or something. Be a weird hobby, but it could still be a hobby. What do you do with your free time? I sample antibacterial hand soaps. I guess in that case, it's not like the antibacterial nature that's a hobby of theirs. It's the aromas. And sampling aromas is like that's pretty much what like whiskey tasting is a hobby or something. It's like sampling all the different flavors. Like okay, now we've just pretty much gotten into like being a foodie. Sampling food is a hobby. Just same type of hobby but a different sense, taste instead of smell. Maybe the conclusion is just that nothing makes sense when you analyze it closely. Okay. Yeah. As we get up to the top here, weird stuff is going to start happening to our checkerboard pattern. I think we should be safe to put down 2 more rows of it, though. And I was hoping we could like copy and paste the last layer we build just on upwards endlessly. But the dissymmetry introduced by the lever might actually stop us from doing that. On the lever side, checkerboard, we'll kind of get a vertical gap in it, I think. Yeah. And right, that's what allows us to do our weird like access ladder, I think. Would you make reversed staircase on top? No, because the staircase is just here because a solid block cuts off downwards wiring. It's like if we have there, wire can't pass downwards. Yeah, but can pass downwards if we have a glass block. Yeah, okay. And, okay, I think this is the reason, because glass cannot pass a signal downwards. But because glass can pass signal upwards, upwards, we don't really have any weird root structure. It's just a solid checkerboard of glass and redstone dust. In this case, we won't need any root structures, but we are going to need... It's not going to be a perfectly symmetrical checkerboard anymore. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit weirder. You can see here it's no longer a perfect checkerboard. It's because of the lever. On Bedrock Edition, you don't need a root structure going down either. It's just all solid. This raises a question. It feels weird to say that, like, I watch TV as a hobby. I don't know why. It makes sense. It's like something you do without being forced to do it for enjoyment of it. I wonder why that sounds weird to say. Like, it fits the definition. I watch TV as a hobby. Huh, maybe it has to be an activity which is, like, watching TV is always done for enjoyment. Nobody does that because they have to. Maybe it's the same for other hobbies. Like, there have to be people who do it because they are, like, there is some force compelling them to do it. and you're doing it for fun. It's like, I don't know, for example, knitting. There are a lot of people today, and more people like centuries ago, that just had to knit or sew or, something, do some kind of seamstressing. Because that's actually how you made your clothes. You needed clothes. Or same thing, skydiving, like, a lot of soldiers just skydive as part of their job. It's not something done for fun. And like, so in that case, you'd say like, oh, well, nobody watches TV because they like have to. I don't know if that's even true. It's like, I don't know, security guards who have to watch video surveillance kind of have to watch TV. But they're not watching like entertaining TV shows because they have to. But then, there's TV critics who do watch entertaining TV shows because that's what their job entails. Dude, so many edge cases. Maybe the takeaway here is just that reality doesn't fit nicely into conceptual boxes unless you deliberately ignore reality. Kind of chop the rough corners off reality so that it does fit into your nice little mind boxes. Okay, yeah. I think this is our quarter pyramid filled out. And we can rotate this, finish the bottom half, and then, yeah, we gotta figure out the top half. Alright, cool. That's a good start, though. Is the definition of hobby is subjective. Your statement itself is subjective. No, yeah, it's totally true. What am I doing? I probably want to unload schematics. Yeah. It has to have some objectivity, though. Because otherwise, it's not like what one group of English speakers mean by the word hobby is totally unrelated to what another group of English speakers mean by the word hobby. What do I do? And you could try to pull out some like core of hobbyhood that, is shared by all definitions of hobby across all speakers. It's here. So yeah, I guess this could all just be summed up by saying that the definition of a word varies subjectively, but within certain bounds that are objective. It's objective in the sense that no example of that word usage goes beyond those bounds. It's like no one uses the word hobby to mean like, camel hair or something like that. Or, I don't know, like the quadratic formula. Okay, what am I doing? Area editor. This is side power pyramid. This is just quarter pyramid. This is just the lower half. Okay, save schematic. Yeah. Great. So quarter dust pyramid lever optimized lower half. Goodness, man. Watching TV can kind of be interchanged with playing games. Yeah, that's true. With games, there are, like esports athletes, though. We call them athletes. You credit watching certain kind of shows on the air as a hobby. Series fan? I'm not sure. I was just thinking about this because, like, my wife and I have been rewatching the cartoon show Adventure Time, and like it just like we watch it, multiple times a week, but it feels weird for me to say like I watch Adventure Time as a hobby. Like it would sound weird. I would just rather say I like my wife and I watch Adventure Time. Load schematics off. maybe it is a hobby, but it's just like, it's an activity which you can assume is a hobby. So there's no need to clarify. Like if someone said to me, "Oh yeah, like I watch Adventure Time as a hobby," it's like, well, no, duh. Why else would you watch it? Like your life depends on it. Your hobby may be watching cartoons. Yeah, yeah, I'd say that. So it might be that like it is true. It just feels weird to like specify it when talking about it, which is, I guess, more of a psychological problem than like a linguistic or philosophical problem. That looks pretty good. Doop, doop. Now we gotta mirror this, I think. But schematics, schematic placements. Yeah, there we go. So let's mirror that. We'll take care of that first. Let's see. I think we're doing lever on the front side. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is overlapped correctly already. Yeah. Okay. Great. So yeah. Okay. So that. Very nice. Placements. How many desks have you placed already? We can analyze that. So that's interesting. A little over 1,000 it looks like, and I think this, yeah, it's just for a quarter of the lower half. So that means we're gonna have a little less than 4 times this much. So 4,000, yeah, probably about 4,300 in the lower half. Is that right? Oh, it seems like a lot. Yeah, maybe it's not like perfectly the lower half. Yeah, because we're it's the lower half plus 2 layers, so it's a little bit of an overestimate. Yeah, it's about right though, because it's 7,897 is our current. Oh, is that the best or the theoretical limit? It's theoretical limit. Okay, what am I doing? Schematic placements, configure. Oop, there we go. So we want to mirror again, so front back. And now here we need it offset. Like that. So there's no overlap, it's just off one block to the side. Okay, that looks pretty good. Don't you have to have a skill level when talking about a hobby and not for watching TV? Oh, maybe that's why. Like there isn't skill involved in watching TV. A lot of shows have, like complicated Easter eggs and stuff in them though. Like I don't know if you've seen Gravity Falls, but there, they'll put like coded ciphers in like the credits at the end, and it takes a lot of work to decode those, and probably not something just anyone could do. That's the last orientation we need. Yeah. Oh, is that in the right spot already? Super nice. It's like for that, I guess you wouldn't say I watch Gravity Falls as a hobby though. You would say like I solve TV puzzles as a hobby. Because it's not the watching itself. Okay, yeah. So that still holds up. In that case, it's almost like watching TV isn't your hobby, but it's where you obtain your hobby. So we throw that down. Okay, so let's just look over this thing for a little bit before we move on to the upper half. Looks cool. How the power grows brighter towards the center. And then it becomes lava. Yeah, you're totally right, Klaus. So now we got to put the lever in right here. So let's destroy the redstone block, and that should... Yes, and okay, so now we get an outer layer of zeros. Two outer layers right here. Okay, just checking that it's doing what I expect it to. I guess we got to put a non... Oh man, y'all see that delay? This is already going to be so slow. Holy. Okay, so you guys can see this. Wait. On the lever. Yep, okay. Already we got a pretty big delay there. Okay, great. Leave this on while we do the wiring. And this is where we lose symmetry. This is cool. Thanks. I think so. Yeah, so we could fit this here. Oh, and is this where our, okay, entryway is going to be pineapple? Fine. I don't know how to say slab. Kupferstufe? Or is that the word for copper? It's probably... Latte? Oh, is it the suffix stufe? Hey, great. That's why I'm doing this. I teach myself somehow. Is it Deutsch? Yeah. I'm trying to learn, and it's easier to switch my games into German. And then we can just yeah, crawl down in. Very nice. Okay. Oh, is that the only dissymmetry that's going to come up? We do like glass here. So I was expecting the unsymmetry to like spread out in a diamond shape, but it looks like we might be able to contain it and still, you know, be optimal. Contain it in a one wide strip from within this thing. Yeah. So like do this. Are we losing anything? Because we could put, you know, glass there. And here. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that we're going to have flexibility here. We'll be able to tell for sure when we get to the top layer. Yeah, for now we can just back this thing up. Great, and that lets us access the lever, hopefully without loss. Up to 13, next to that 14. This. Okay. So you sent me a picture of this, didn't you? Yeah, okay. We're still on track with the structure you sent, Pine. Yeah, actually probably would be easy to just like copy and paste the same layer over and over again, and then like just rip out this strip right here. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm just not put anything in there. Leave these out for a sec. We have 2 layers accessible here, so what is this? Lever is on a block, one beneath this glass layer. So lever is this level. Copy and paste. Okay, so I think if we just throw down some glass here, yeah, we should be able to copy or to clone and paste this layer into place, and then just kind of fix up our tunnel to the lever once we're all done cloning. Yep. Actually, just not not include blocks here. Let's try something. Make this go a little bit faster. Fill this with glass. Place air. I can break the leftover glass faster than I can place in the checkerboard glass. And we also have this. Okay, there we are. We should be good for cloning. Should a quick flyby, make sure all our dust is in there. Should see 1, 3, 5. Like, you can pretty much just count because, you know, it's consecutive numbers. So if one's missing, you'll see a gap in counting. I guess you won't because you'll just see the same correct number 2 blocks lower. This works for me. Okay, so now we gotta clone this. Okay, it's lined up there, lined up there. Yep, looks good. Oh, all right, right. We're not going all the way up. Okay, we just block. Nice. Yeah, it's doing. So up to power level 7, it looks like. Looks like the dust is updating its power level as well. It's a good sign. Bring us down to 5, 4. Oh yeah, there is a weird unsymmetry here. Strange. Oh yeah, okay. Because the very top layer, we are going to have a, I think, a perfectly symmetrical diamond pattern. Build this up. Here? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Hmm. We can do stone there. Glass here. Okay, so we'll build up this back staircase first. Okay, there's that done. Huh. Okay. Huh. Yeah, so here... Okay, we got half a regular diamond. Okay. I was expecting a full diamond. Sure why. This is looking pretty good. Um, looks like... Yeah, okay. So on this half, we can hook up one more layer of dust. Hey, that might be the top layer done. So now more efficient with the staircase slightly further away from the source and utilize the player's reach more. Yeah. This is one of the, actually I think this is the only advantage of wiring up a lever instead of a redstone block as your source, is the loss of symmetry does create a lossless entry point to reach the lever. Okay. Air, place, flats. Nice. And I think that's our top surface done, so now we just gotta finish up the ladder. There we go. Got a rhythm. Nice. Doesn't reach there. Okay, so I guess that means right here is our entry point. We just gotta fill this in with dust. Dust and glass. Oh. Oh. Oh, what just happened? Come on, man. Two, one. Okay. Is the first slab directly above the lever? Let me check. So that was 10. No. No, it's not. Can you fit another block in by doing it that way? Oh. Okay. So slab right here? Yeah, you can. Okay. Good catch. Then now we just glass it up. Nice. Okay, so that's our weird extra one. Three. Are we gonna get this whole row up one higher? Interesting. Okay. Let's get back down. Okay. Just the last one. That's all the dust in. Huh, okay. Oh. One more spot left. I was wrong. That's right there. Oh, one more. Yeah. Okay, that's all the dust. Is that all the dust? We go inside. I wonder if you could fly down this, actually. It's almost a kind of a timing to getting it. Oh, I guess you don't need to go all the way down. It takes so long. Y'all can see when the like dust, redstone dust in the player's hand moves. That's so crazy. Okay, and then sure enough, we can get back out. You could have used spectator mode. I could have, but we do have a working entryway for survival mode. Wow, that looks so cool. It's fun to see like the cornrow patterns that pop up inside of it. You see those? GG. And lastly, we gotta actually count up how much dust is in this thing. Oh, not what I wanted. Okay. This looks like all of it. Oh, 7,618. Jeez, man. That's crazy. I couldn't even get above 7,000 before. Yeah, we blew this one out of the water. That's great. Let's go ahead and save this. Create editor. Seven, 618. Dust on. That's crazy. That is super crazy. 196 less than theoretical limit. Yeah, let's double check that. Is this the limit I found? I think this is the limit I found. 7897. So we are... Yeah, we beat 196. Somehow. Or did we? Nah, something's going on here. What is it? Okay, so on our theoretical like limit space here, we do have a perfectly symmetrical top here, top square grid. And we do not here. Let me turn this thing back on. Oh, dude, I don't even know the game modes. Yeah, so somehow when I did the theoretical limit calculation, I assumed there was a way Oh, okay. I think I see what's going on. It's 279 below. Yeah. So this, where is it? Up here. So if I stand on top of this block, I might. I think what's going on here is we have columns of even height in the theoretical limit shape. And if you have, an even height, kind of messes up how much redstone dust you can fit in there, because the amount of redstone dust sitting in that space is, it's like if you have dust, glass dust, two dust fitting in a three high space, four if you count the bottom supporting block. I don't know if it's even when it's supposed to be odd or odd when it's supposed to be even, but I think the parity here is off. And so actually a very large amount of these top blocks here are not reachable when I thought they were. Maybe not, actually. I'm not sure what's going on. But let's get this thing labeled, because at the very least, if this isn't optimal, this is, an attempt we should record. Might do. 279 below, okay. Seven, 6, 1, 8. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on here. Uh, down. There's the lever. Yeah, so I think we could actually. So this column, yeah, okay, so this column I'm floating in, we could shift the whole thing up by one starting at the middle half, and it would kind of like pop up this glass block by one. And then we could continue that outwards and make a diamond shape if we wanted, but all we would be doing is moving an air block further down into the shape, not actually adding any dust. Okay. Whoa. What did I just do? Uh-oh. I'm just gonna go back to the menu. Unschafft wird geladen. We are still in, there we go. 7618. Okay, there we go. And then for the error between this and the theoretical max, I'm actually going to label the number of chests rather than the... So we had 164 chests in there, because our original estimate did not take into account the weird parity even odd error. I like this numerical design. Oh, like the number shapes? Yeah, they're by KK made this font called Pixie recently. I liked him so much, I decided I wanted to label everything with it. We are 168 short. With the shaders, it just looks really nice. We are. Oh, what am I doing? It's not 8, it's 4. What am I doing? Here we go. So if the chest count is actually a better error estimate, then that means the theoretical max... Check out Endstone. Would just be the sum of these. It's 164, it's 18. What is that? So it's 7, 7, 18 plus 64. 64 plus 8, 72, 82, 7782. Okay. That's our current best guess for what the actual max is. What KK is working on? Nah. I think he posted some updates on his Twitter, though. Said the font was designed... they said the font was designed for possibly a graphical user interface Minecraft computer. It was a 7782. Yeah. So apparently redstone computers, what they're working on. That's so cool. Okay, 7618. Divided by 7782. Nice. Says we are at 97.9% of the theoretical limit. 97.9. Okay. And then let's just go into this world, because this is where the original tower was. Somewhere. I think off this way. Yep, that looks like it. Yep. These are the originals. I calculated what I thought at the time was the theoretical limit. So this is 6986. 6986 divided by 7782. Okay, so our previous design, at the time I thought it was 96.8% of the max. It is not. That is actually more like 89%. 89.8% of max. And this math was not correct. Well, I guess it was correct for this one. So this is wired with the lever on the underside of a block, which turned out to be worse. Nice. And then lastly, we got 7618 over 6986. We're seeing what percent increase we got. 9% increase. All right. So our new design has 9% more dust than the first version. Dang. Pretty cool. All right, y'all. Well, 4-hour stream and we finished the problem. Yeah, there's still a few odds and ends to tie up where I was like, I felt 90% sure that we couldn't do better, but, you know, if we want to be sure, we would really want to have a computer like, it's the opposite of dustless redstone. We would want to have a computer, you know, like check all those different puzzles and make sure what we found really was optimal and give us the assurance we want, but I don't think I honestly care about this project enough to put that much effort into it. So with this, I think this is where I'm going to leave it. 7,618. I'm pretty happy with that. This is dustful redstone. Let's crawl back in here. Is that how you say survival mode in German? Überleben-Modus. Okay. And then now, I flick it like 20 times. Okay, let's see if we can even just crawl out of it before it finishes processing. One way we can test this is by throwing items. So if this thing is still flipping, yeah, items will not drop. Yeah, you can still, it's still turning on and, oh, there we go. Okay, now it's caught up. Dustful. Yeah. Lots of dust. Is this what we want? No, we want creative modus. Okay, that's it for the stream. Thanks for joining, y'all. See y'all next time.